Ladies and gentlemen, 皆様、ようこそお越しくださいました。Welcome to the third and last day of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. Our topic, Vision Zero, represents a new innovative concept for developing a workplace prevention culture, where the safety, health, and well-being of people comes first. Since its launch in 2017, this mindset is now promoted and implemented by many companies and organizations worldwide. Today, we look forward to continuing our exchange about Vision Zero at the enterprise level with 5 exciting parallel sessions, bringing together researchers, administrators, managers, and experts in our field. In addition, we have prepared a sensational closing program with inspiring presentation by the Osaka Expo 2025 and the 23rd World Congress on Safety and Health at Work, and importantly, presentation of a brand new Vision Zero white paper and the Tokyo Declaration on Vision Zero for All. We invite you once again to design your personal summit program based on your priority choices amongst the topic of today. This choice might not be an easy one, but remember, you will be able to access the recording of all sessions for 1 month after the summit. The Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022 is a result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group on Vision Zero at Enterprise Level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank the summit supporters and sponsors for their important contribution to the organization of the summit. Please note the recording, filming, and storage of images of the summit, as well as posting or unauthorized use of the summit's content, is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. The last day of the summit begins with 5 parallel technical sessions taking place in rooms E, I, G, L, and R respectively. Remember, you can freely choose the session and the speakers of interest and navigate between sessions and speakers. Now, it's your turn. Please choose your favorite session and enter the relevant room by using the navigation menu on the left-hand side of the website. Enjoy the session. Thank you. ありがとうございました。
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session I of Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Toshiyuki Kajiya, Director of the Institute of Global Safety Promotion, IGSAP in short. And I am concurrently working for IEC conformity assessment sectors. This time, I am assigned as a chair of Session I, International Standardization for Safety, Health, and Well-being. And Ms. Atsuko Saruhashi, she is also present here as a sub-chair, who is a Japanese member of ISO Technical Management Board, TMB. This session, the objective is, under the circumstances of technology evolution and global changes, to realize the smart society requirements for the occupational safety and health. OSH needs to be reviewed and aligned with such changes. In this respect, international standardization could be one of the efficient tools for the down-to-earth implementation of OSH on a global basis. For this purpose, IEC published the white paper called Safety in the Future in October 2020, describing how the OSH look like and how the standardization should be in the future. This time, I invited a number of distinguished speakers who have the vast knowledge and expertise in a standardization issue, and I am expecting that the common understanding and any hint for the future standardization activities will be gained from their valuable presentations. Then let's start the presentation now. The first speaker is Dr. Dietmar Reinhardt, Director, Institute of Occupational Safety and Health of German Social Accident Insurance, DGUV in short. His presentation title is Brave New World, Expectation to Standardization Development Organizations on OSH, Leading to Safety, Health, and Well-being. Dr. Reinhardt, please.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Yes, this title, you know all, is from a book of Aldous Huxley. He wrote it 90 years ago, but it is not meant by me satirically, as you will see during my presentation. So I'm coming from the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health of the German Social Accident Insurance, and we are very active in the field of international standardization, as you will see. A quarter of our activities is in the field of accident prevention, and 3/4 is in the field of occupational diseases. As you can see, we are doing research in this field, chemical analysis. We are also a notified body of the European Union for personal protective equipment and safety of machinery. Dangerous substances are playing a great role in our work together with physical factors like noise, vibration, and electromagnetic fields. So I give you an overview here of my presentation. It's covering safety, health, and well-being. I begin with the mask, respiratory protective devices. We will have now a worldwide mask classification. We are working on new protective devices. And then I switch to the dangerous substances, measuring of semi-volatile substances, coming to noise, extraoral noise, and its standardization. A very new topic is ultrasonic noise. And then I switch to electromagnetic fields. At the end of my presentation, I come to safety and also to the paper what was mentioned before, collaborating robots, industry and security, and artificial intelligence for machinery. Now, let us begin with the first topic, respiratory masks. I think you all know that they are very important. And you can see here, we are working in Germany since about 50 years on this field. And you can see that there's a lot of standardization work at the ISO level in the last years. We have human factors, 5 different test heads coming, the data coming from all ethnicities and genders. And we have requirements, classification, selection of the masks, and of course, test methods. And the good thing of international standardization is that today we are coming into a unified classification of these masks, so an identical marking all over the world. You know, in the past we had DS in Japan, FFP2 in Europe, KN95 in China, N95 in the US, or P2 in New Zealand and Australia. But in future, we will have PS for classification, PC, sorry, for protection class, W for work severity, and then the B can be A, B, C, D, A for only protecting mouth and nose, B, C, mouth, nose, and eyes, and the whole body is D, and T or L for tight fitting or loose fitting, and F is a classification for the material of the mask. So international standardization will lead to a worldwide classification. This is a big advantage in a pandemic situation. But what you also know is that these masks are not built for pandemics. They are built for the workplace. So what we saw in this pandemic is that for children and for elderly people, normally these masks are not made. And there are also some other things. They should protect the people and they should protect others. And they should protect people with facial hair. They should protect people with communication issues and breathing difficulties. So there is a lot to do in standardization when we want to standardize infection protective devices. We are now starting this at the European level. TC 205, Working Group 17, is dealing with infection protection devices. So my proposal here is use this regional standardization work and bring it into an international standardization. This is already done with some work we started 2010 in Germany. It has something to do with semi-volatile substances. We started here in Germany after our research in my institute that the occupational exposure limits are now given for a sum of vapor and aerosol only. Semi-volatile substances have to be sampled as triplet, vapor mixture simultaneously, and the aerosol must be sampled as inhalable fraction. You see a sampling device on the right, bottom of the right. And of course, this is important to bring that into international standardization because we are the chair of the ISO and the European group. It was easy for us to prepare this work in the European level, TC 137, and then we could bring it to a draft international standard under Vienna Agreement. So very simple when you are the head of both committees, it's very, very good and very fast to transport regional standardization to international work. Noise is an old topic, more or less, but as you know, noise in open plan offices is not so easy to handle with. In this standard ISO 3382 part 3, we have normally as an we have reverberation time as the main parameter, but we made measurements in such offices and we saw that we need other parameters too, like the special decay rate of speech and the speed transmission index. So this is new knowledge. The knowledge is now going into the revision of ISO 3382 part 3. And it you that also older standards are important. And if you have new knowledge, you have to revise it, of course. Ultrasound, airborne ultrasound is a new topic, more or less. We had a research project here in Europe. And we know, for example, for dental technicians that they may have a problem with hearing impairment because of ultrasound. So we developed a methodology, a procedure, a measurement procedure for ultrasound, and we also developed measuring devices in the European research project. And what we are now preparing, and there is a new work under proposal from Japan for measurement of airborne ultrasound, and it's placed in ISO TC 43 acoustics, subcommittee 1 noise. And we will bring in our European experience from research into this international standardization. The next example is electromagnetic fields, safety of workers with implanted medical devices. When they are exposed to electromagnetic fields, they may have a problem because there may be a malfunction of these devices. So what I want to say here, it is important to bring in these topics into international standardization. Please, if we standardize internationally, don't forget people with disabilities. And this is an example where we do this. Now, the last three examples are the collaborating robots and also some machines with artificial intelligence. The collaborating robots, we started 20 years ago with the functional safety of collaborating robots. After solving this, the question was, what will happen if there is a collision between a collaborating robot and a human body and a human person? And then we made a research in Germany on collision forces and pressures. You see the forces on the left, the pressures on the right side. And then we brought that directly into ISO standardization. We have now ISO technical specification 15066, where we have these limit values for collision. We also developed a measuring device. So today we can measure before and then have a safe situation with collaborating robots. Very important is that here the people become more important, because it's very specific for the workplace how the robot is prepared. When you have Industry 4.0, that's very important also in Germany and Europe to connect all machines by the internet. And as you can see here on the, there are attacks from outside also to companies. And that may be also dangerous for people working there. So what we do now, we use the IEC 62443 test principles and build up a security lab, also for small companies, to show where are the problems. And we are starting now an IEC certification on this standard. The point is also here, people working with these computers, with these devices, becoming more and more responsible. It's not only done by the technological itself, it's done in combination with a good culture in the companies. And my last example is trustworthy artificial intelligence. You see on the left side a circular saw, which is one of the most dangerous machines we have. And we have now a big company in Germany preparing a camera system, watching the environment of the circular saw and seeing if there a hand or a finger nearby in the surroundings. And they use artificial intelligence for detecting fingers. And you know these 8 different parts we have to check on trustworthiness. And I will only come to number 4, degree of transparency and explainability, which are the safety aspects. So you see here that the transparency is fine because it's a software done by the company, by its own. It's a control of the entire training process of the artificial intelligence. That's fine, high degree of transparency. But the explainability is not so nice because they use a deep neural network to detect the hands. So what we did here, we increased the level of explainability by post-processing. We used GradCam, gradient weighted class activation mapping. Another example could be LRP, layer-wise relevance propagation, or LIME, local interpretable model agnostic explanations. So you see it's possible to bring also artificial intelligence into safety. So what are the expectations of an OSH research institution for standardization? Standardization on the world level has to be accelerated. Please use regional input to do this. With worldwide research, if you have worldwide research and connected, we have a possibility of direct international standardization. Old topics like noise with new aspects need new standardization. When standardized, do not forget the persons with disabilities. And collaborating robots without functional safety may be dangerous. So don't forget functional safety in your in your work. Artificial intelligence is not naturally safe, it has to be trustworthy. Industry 4.0 needs responsible stuff, and responsible stuff may be a result of a culture of Vision Zero. And if we have a culture of Vision Zero in all companies, I'm sure we will have a brave new world in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Reinhardt. This is the very interesting the keynote presentation, and especially the last slide that could give the international standardization community the big impact. We need to study. Thank you very much again, Dr. Reinhardt. All right, then that comes to our next speaker. The next is Dr. Kazuhiko Tsuzumi, the IEC Vice President and the Chair of Market Strategy Board, MSB, and IEC. And his presentation title is Challenge of Creating the IEC's White Paper, Safety in the Future. Dr. Tsuzumi, please.
Thank you, Kazuya-san. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Kazuhiko Tsuzumi, the Vice President of the IEC and the Chair of the Market Strategy Board. Also, I'm the advisor to Mitsubishi Electric Corporation. Today, I'm going to talk about what the IEC Market Strategy Board is and its white paper project on safety in the future. Next, please. Here is the management structure of the IEC. The Market Strategy Board is a unique entity which the ISO or the ITUT don't have. The MSB's primary task is to identify and investigate the principal technological trends and market needs. So the MSB is expected to be a think tank of the IEC. Next, please. Here is the MSB's composition and membership. What I'd like to emphasize here is the part in red. The MSB members are high-level market or technical experts who comes from industry, a utility, a research laboratory, or academia. Namely, the MSB members are with experience of top management in industry or national institute and so on. Next, please. Here is the current MSB members. As you can see, the MSB has a broad diversity of the technologies and geography. Next, please. This chart shows how the MSB works. The whole of the MSB's activities can be set as road mapping. The MSB is collaborating with other entities in the IEC, but is trying to reach out to outside the IEC as well. Next, please. The primary outcome from the MSB is the white paper. The white papers are open to outside the IEC. A project of white paper is led by an MSB member and including other MSB members and supporting staff. In order to listen to outside the IEC community, a partner from the third party is retained in any project. Then, the white papers include recommendations for standards development and conformity assessment systems. Next, please. The white paper on the safety in the future was read by myself and published in October 2020. The project partner is Professor Cohen van Hurik from TNO in the Netherlands, which is the national institute in the country. As following presenters today will mention later, the new task team was established in Advisory Committee on Safety in the SMB for further discussion on this matter. Next, please. Here is the cover page of the paper. Next, please. The project was held since August 2019 to May 2020. We held the physical meeting in Tokyo, Japan, Leiden in the Netherlands, and Geneva in Switzerland. Unfortunately, just after the meeting in Geneva held, at the end of February 2020, the pandemic of COVID-19 came out, and the rest of our discussion was held online. Next, please. I'm so proud of the project team. The team were really friendly to each other, even though we had a number of serious discussions. Also, we invited experts on safety from many countries to listen to them. Next, please. The conclusion of the paper is here. In order to make the collaborative safety real, three segments must work together. Even if the industry drives innovations, we cannot have an achievement if customers or regulators don't accept such great innovations. So, the roles of the standardization bodies and conformity assessment bodies are really important as agents to make societal consensus. Next, please. Let me summarize briefly about the paper. The role for standardization are tripartite system for safety will require standardization. Standards will need to design technical systems that work seamlessly with people. Standardization bodies may need to widen and deepen an horizontal coordination effort on safety. Next, please. Then, the challenges for the future to realize the world with collaborative safety are facilitating social responsibility, standardization of an ecosystem of intelligent systems, conformity assessment with intelligent agents, achieving goal safety excellence. Next, please. Finally, we made the recommendation as social goals should be established that aim to achieve safety through man-machine cooperation. A new concept of safety considers man's place in the system. Introduce leading indicators into when evaluating safety outcomes. Standards bodies need to expand and deepen their holistic approach to safety. Next, please. We also held the online seminar on this matter in October 2021 during the IEC General Meeting. You can watch the video of the whole event on YouTube. Please go to YouTube site and search by IEC Safety in the Future. Then you'll find this video. Next, please. That's all my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsutsumi. This was really the impacting white papers. Any question? Although we don't have a quite limited time, but if any of you have the questions, please. And if there is not, then as Dr. Tsutsumi mentioned, the next speaker will be Dr. Ralph Sporer, IEC also he is IEC Vice President and Chair of Standard Management Board. It is the responsible the organization of all IEC standards. And his presentation title is the IEC General Standardization Policy and Strategy to Support the Smarter Societies. Dr. Sporer, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kachiya-san. Can you see my screen and can you hear me well?
Oh, yes, very clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction and a warm welcome also from my side. As Dr. Tsutsumi-san already showed, there are 3 boards in IEC and I'm chairing one of them, the Standardization Management Board, which is really looking into all the technical work around standardization. Now, in my presentation, I'm gonna start off with a little bit showing the environment in which we are. Then I'm talking about the new strategy. And from that, I derive the main activities that we in the Standardization Management Board take from that. So just to give this kind of short introduction, I think we are all aware of the main mega trends that are currently shaping the environment in which our societies evolve. And of course, this starts off with the impact of digitalization on our work, on the whole global trade and everything. And this has been reinforced with what you see on the bottom of this slide, also our reaction to the current pandemic. And this has actually accelerated a lot of things around digitalization, like the remote meetings that we are kind of used to already today. But there are many other things that impact the standardization environment, and that's first of all also globalization, or the recent trends we've seen in this issue, where we have seen a lot of regional and national backlash to globalization with trade barriers and everything. That is putting a challenge to our activities as a global standardization organization. There are also other societal trends like urbanization. More and more people live in an urban environment. Of course, we have climate change and everything that is connected to this major trend that around the world we are fighting in order to sustain our societies and humankind. And in the more developed countries, we also have another big trend, which is really the increasing share of older people in the society and all the challenges that come with this additional trend. Now, just to underpin this, I am sure you have seen some of those numbers before. Some of them come from the United Nations, but also some other sources are mentioned on this slide. We expect around about 10 billion people in 2050, and of these, around about 70% will be living in urban environments, and that's really changing societies, and also puts additional challenges on technology and how we react to it. On the upper side, you see a trend which is already 2 years old, that 90% of all data that we have currently on Earth is actually created in the last 2 years. And this is an old number already. And in 2022, the year we are in, this share is still increasing. So the amount of data grows exponentially. And in 2022, this year, it is expected that we have more bytes than stars in the universe. And of course, that is really describing the challenge we see with digitalization. And on the lower right-hand side, you see the climate change and the carbon neutrality that many countries and all regions are trying to support. Now that's, as I said, the environment where we come from. And now the question, of course, is what does that mean for IEC? Now, IEC is currently revising its strategy, and it's really around 3 big themes, strategic themes that you see here on the slide. The mission currently is still unchanged, IEC everywhere for a safer and more efficient world. But the strategic themes are really what you see here on the screen. And the first one is really about enabling a digital and all-electric society. And it talks about producing standards and conformity assessment for a safe and secure digital society. But it also has a different aspect with it. And this different aspect is what we call smart standards. And this is really the digitalization of standards themselves and presenting them in a new way. In the middle, you see really our claim to foster a sustainable world and support it again through standards and conformity assessment activities around efficient, safe, and sustainable world. It talks about all those things that are there to fight climate change, like net zero, circular economy, and overall environmental sustainable development. And below that, there's also the wider theme of the UN SDGs, which are not only talking about environment, but at sustainability at large. The third one is really more a little bit inward looking, where we are trying to be a trusted and collaborative organization, which is open to change, which is there on also trying new ways of working. Collaboration is a big issue with our partner organization, but of course with all our stakeholders. And in generally, we want to build an inclusive and innovative and agile organization. Now that's the overall IEC strategy, and all the boards, the MSB, the Conformity Assessment Board, and the Standardization Management Board are now putting up operational plans how to react to this IEC strategy. So, what are the big issues here? Not surprisingly, you can see here the major themes of what we are looking at in SMB when we are looking at the IEC strategy. And it really answers to many of the strategic or themes that you've seen on the previous slide. Digitalization is a big issue for SMB, sustainability is, and of course the overall theme, all electric and digital society, and looking into new areas for standardization is something that we've done for quite some time, but which we are now reinforcing and in answering to the IEC strategy. I also put on this slide something which is a little bit overlooked, and that's a topic which I call managed complexity. And I will, a little bit later, I will talk on this one, because this new world is really characterized by an increasing complexity, not only from the systems that we look at, but also the way that we need to collaborate with others. Now, let me give some short explanations for the specific focus points of the SMB reaction to the IEC strategy. First, digitalization. In digitalization, we have for some years developed in a strategic group our approach towards smart standards, which is called the IEC Smart Standards Concept, which has a lot of technical details, and I'm not going to explain an awful lot about it, just to mention that this is our approach, how we want to change looking at standards as a product, something, a PDF that we sell to the market, changing that to standards as a service, which we provide through an API portal. And there's going to be a lot of technical challenges, but also challenges for the organization and the business model of the IEC, which is now really dealt with not only in the Standardization Management Board, but also in a Council Board task force that looks at this from a wider IEC perspective. The second topic, sustainability. Of course, we've done quite a lot around this issue already. We had for quite some time technical committees in the renewable area, like the wind, solar power, and the energy storage area. And this is a little bit business as usual, but certainly we will need to reinforce that when it comes to the new topics, circular economy and carbon neutrality. What you see here are basically some examples coming from the environmental area. But as said, you can also look at that with a wider perspective, looking at sustainability at large, like it is done in the UN SDGs. I'm not going to give more details on that because this we will hear more in the next presentation by my colleague, Vimal Mahendra. Now, all electric and digital society, I put here the Gardner cycles, hype cycles that you can see for every year. And of course, the main topics there are digital topics. And this is also true for the IEC. The latest new technical committees and system committees were really around mainly those issues where you have an impact of digital technologies on our life. And you also see here the latest JDC1 subcommittees on IoT and digital twin, as well as the already mentioned JDC1 subcommittee 42 on artificial intelligence. So this is something that we built together with our colleagues from ISO, but that is one of the focus area, of course, also already in IEC. Now, let me come to this last item that I put on the slides of focus areas of the SMB, and that's to manage complexity. And the driver for that is really the convergence of technologies. You cannot sit in a silo of a product committee and not consider things that are going on outside of that domain. And our customers demand end-to-end solutions which cover a wide range of technologies and domains that you need to bring together and manage. And this is something that we've done in IEC through the so-called system committees, which use a systems approach towards complex topics. And they have been investigating this approach for quite some time now in a number of system committees that you see here on the screen. So that's one way to approach it. The other one is really looking at horizontal requirements that are relevant for all. And that now brings me to the topic of today's conference on safety. Because safety, of course, is one of those horizontal requirements that you need to treat in a consistent and systematic way across all the different product TCs. And you see here the range of advisory committees that have been operated are currently operated by IEC, and safety is one of the oldest there. The main goal why we do that is really to ensure a consistency across the IEC publications in the treatment of a specific horizontal requirement that is relevant for several technical committees. And that's, of course, very true for the topic safety, which is relevant for nearly all of our IEC committees. And we want to avoid a duplication of work or contradictory requirements coming from product committees. And that's why we have put in place not only advisory committees, but also the tool of horizontal publications, which are used exactly for this means to ensure the consistency and avoid duplication of work. Coming back to safety, this is the Advisory Committee on Safety, ACOS, and this is actually the oldest advisory committee that we operate in IEC, which has been there since 1969. It consists of experts and TC representatives. It's directly reporting to the Standardization Management Board, and it guides and coordinates the works on safety matters. Now, besides the guides that had been published by ACOS, they also overlook the horizontal safety publications. And on the right-hand side, you see a number of those horizontal safety publications. And you also see the number of references that are to these publications, to these horizontal safety publications from other standards. And I think that's really telling that these references go up to the hundreds for the first few examples here on the screen. So going back to the topic of today's conference, Safety in the Future, as already mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Tsusumi-san, ACOS is already starting in response to the white paper, has been starting some work, like a guide on collaborative safety, but they also operate separately a task force on collaborative safety, which has been mandated by SMB as a response to the MSB white paper to further look and investigate which topics need to be actually tackled in this context. So my conclusion would be, we already got quite some tools and frameworks in place. And I think this new topic is very interesting, and we need to find a good way how we include it in our activities. And we already have some organizations in place like the ACOS, where I personally think it would be good to use them in this context. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sporer. The IEC-SMB is one of the essential parts of IEC organizations, and I believe you are one of the busiest guy under the IEC communities, and this is the really the important parts of standardization activities. Thank you very much, Dr. Sporer. And as he just a little bit touched on the UN SDGs, and next speaker is Mr. Bimal Mahendru, IEC Special Envoy for the UN SDGs, and he is really involved in the close link between standardization and UN SDGs. And his presentation title is the safety in context of UN SDGs. Mr. Mahendru, please.
Thank you very much, Kadia-san. I hope you can see my slides and hear me loud and clear.
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Namaste, everyone. This is Vimal calling from, connecting from New Delhi, and it's a pleasure to follow Ralph and Tsusumi-san, who also touched on UN SDGs and the work we are doing in IEC. And I will take us on a little deeper journey on this topic of SDGs. Let me begin by posing you all a question. Pause what you're doing and let's look at this picture together and say, what does safety really mean to this gentleman? This picture was taken by me in 2014 when we were just beginning IEC's work on rural electrification and electricity access. This picture was taken about 150 kilometers outside of Mumbai, where this man was one of the few citizens left in this village of 22 families. This entire village has absolutely no electricity at that time in 2014 when I visited. He was sitting outside, and with a local resource, bamboo, he was making bamboo baskets, and he was selling these in the local market. As soon as the sun went down, there was total darkness in the village, and everything came to a standstill. His life, his work, everything had to stop. Thankfully, through a government program, he got in 2017 a solar PV panel on the roof, an LED bulb inside, a small battery, and a charge controller. And this literally has revolutionized his life, living, and lifestyle. What it did was, the work he was doing outside, he could carry on doing that when he moved indoors. This raised his output by about 40%, which he could readily sell in the local market, make more money. And this changed his life. Why? Not just because of a light bulb, but because with the extra money, he could buy a simple mobile phone and get in touch with his son who was living in the city of Mumbai. This change has revolutionized his life and the entire village. Now the entire village has light, there is prosperity, and this is how all this work that IEC does of solar panels, batteries, charge controllers, LED bulbs, there is an IEC standard for it all. But put together in this use case, it is enabling the world to move away from poverty and create an inclusive society. This is about SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. And yet, it is a challenge for our world. In the 21st century, there are more than 1 in 5 people who have no access to electricity today. And there are 2 in 5 who have absolutely no access to clean cooking. Can you imagine the challenge this is for the global environment? When we talk of safety, we cannot ignore some of these realities, that it's not just about high technology and taking for granted electricity and what it has done to our life and lifestyle, but also making sure that everyone has the benefits of this revolution in our society caused over the last 100 years by the presence of electricity. In IEC, we started the work on SDGs as soon as the Paris Accord was signed. Our first analysis told us that there were about 12 SDGs which were directly impacted by IEC standards or the absence of IEC standards. However, a second study was done in 2018, which confirmed that all SDGs are impacted directly by the presence or absence of IEC standards. And this leads me to talk about SDG 7 specifically. And this is the one which is about affordable and clean energy. There are 5 targets and 6 indicators which enable all the countries in the world to measure their performance on affordable and clean energy. Bear in mind, SDG 7 is not for just developing economies which are struggling with rural electrification. Even for the most developed economies, this is relevant because everyone has to look at clean energy also. So even the energy transition is being aided by SDG 7. There are a lot of UN reports on this and the aspect of safety, and these are available online. The link is embedded in my presentation here. Let me dig a little deeper on SDG 7. This is a list of SDG targets and indicators. I will not go into all the details, but where does IEC and the work on safety come into play? I highlight some words here. Bear in mind, 196 political leaders from across the world have signed this document. This, what you see on your screen, is not done by IEC. And yet the political leadership across the world is talking about clean energy, energy efficiency, words which come directly out of Ralph's presentation just before me, and Susumi-san was also talking about some of this. So this is demonstrating a strong connect between the political will across the world with the work of IEC. And this is the enablement that IEC is bringing through the standards and the way IEC is now beginning to work on sustainability and on UN SDGs. Let me go further. I don't know, this may be a surprise for many of you. Out of the UN SDG targets and indicators, there are about 169 SDG targets and indicators. 11 SDG targets directly mention the word safety, directly. And there are 6 UN indicators which mention safety or safe environment. With this kind of embedded safety into the UN SDGs, I think it's high time that the global industrial community and the standardization community got seriously involved with this focus on UN SDGs. Then only we can help countries across the world begin to deliver on their pledge for UN SDGs. Let me talk about some of the strategies that IEC has deployed in the last 2 years. This slide that you see on screen is a checkbox, which is now embedded in all the work of IEC. If there is a new technical committee to be started, or a new project committee, or a new standard to be established, one of the first questions is to ask, does this support any of the SDGs? And which ones do you support? The next level is taking this basic question of which SDG to the next level by saying, okay, which targets and which indicators. So this embeds the work of IEC with that of the UN SDGs. Right now, the IEC board has just cleared the new IEC strategy on SDGs, which will be implemented over the next 3 years. And this is what I call the 3 C's. The first C is creating impact. There is an impact fund created by the IEC for really digging deep and using the entire catalog of IEC standards to bring safety and well-being to a very focused local community. With this focus, the idea is that we will learn how IEC standards are supporting SDGs and bringing prosperity to a village, and where the gaps in standardization may be, so that the IEC community and the body of experts can begin new development work. The second is what Ralph also touched, some of the horizontal work done by the IEC advisory committees. This is about working on environment, climate change, safety, pollution, etc. Things which are horizontal in nature and creating a vast reach for IEC. And the third C is about communicating. End of the day, the IEC secretariat doesn't make standards. It's the experts from all the countries who come together. So unless we communicate the change and this whole idea to the people, we cannot really trigger an impact on sustainability. And so the idea of communication is very much a part of IEC strategy to reach out and share the work of IEC with the global community. And this platform is one of those. Let me conclude my presentation also by posing a question. What kind of world do we want to leave for our grandchildren? I remember my growing up years in a small town in India, where the air was pure and we could drink water from any stream, lake, or even the tap. Today, unfortunately, I cannot say so. I don't know how many of you can say that you can still drink the water from anywhere and the air is cleaner than when you were a child. If these are the young citizens of the world who are going to inherit it from us, What inheritance are we leaving for them? And I think this is what inspires me to do what I'm doing in IEC. And I encourage us to look at this question and see what it means for the emerging world. This is where the role of IEC is to help build safety, security, and sustainability to the emerging tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Vimal-san, for the very much the valuable and the interesting information, and which is the really the future IEC activity for standardization to contribute the SDGs. Yeah, and this is I think very much valuable for the future the aspects. Thank you very much again, Mahendra-san. And the next speaker is, as Ralph Sporer mentioned, about the IEC ACOS Advisory Committee of on Safety. So the next speaker is the Mr. Masao Dohi, Japanese the representative of IEC Advisory Committee on Safety, ACOS. And he is also a general manager of IDEC Corporation. His presentation title is IEC White Paper, Safety in the Future, opens the way to international standardization activities for safety, health, and well-being. Mr. Dohi, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kajiya. Can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your introduction. My name is Masao Dohi. The title of my presentation is Safety in the Future, opens the way to international standardization activities for safety, health, and well-being. I work for IDEC Corporation and I'm a member of IEC ACOS. I talk about ACOS activity on collaborative safety, which is related to Vision Zero. The contents of my talk is the IEC White Paper, Safety in the Future, as Dr. Tsutsumi, IEC Guide on Collaborative Safety and Standardization Activities on it. The IEC White Paper Safety in the Future was published by IEC MSB in September 2020. As a member of the project, I was involved in its preparation and development. It shows the ideal shape and direction of future safety, and it also suggests what areas IEC should work on in the future. I will show you some main issues in the white paper. One of the issues is collaborative safety and safety 2.0. In the 1990s, the concept of safety was that people use dangerous machines with caution. Safety relied solely on human attention. This is what we call safety 0.0 on the top. And in the year 2000, people and dangerous machines were separated by protective devices and safety fences, and various safety technologies were used to build safety. This is called safety 1.0. In the 2020s and beyond, we are entering an era where peoples and machines will coexist in the same area, and this is called safety 2.0. And new safety technologies, in other words, collaborative safety, are required. A tripartite system is a basic concept for achieving a collaborative safety, in which people, machines, and the environment exchange information using the latest technologies such as IEC and AI to build safety. In the white paper, several examples of collaborative safety are presented. One of them is a tunnel construction site of a civil engineering company called Shimizu Corporation Japan. At tunnel construction sites, accidents caused by collapses of tunnel cross-sections, known as faces, were common. New generation tunnel construction system using latest technologies such as ICT and AI is as a good example of future civil engineering and construction sites. Several megatrends related to safety are also introduced. For example, the SDGs advocated by the United Nations, Vision Zero campaigned by ISR, and 5.0 manufacturing promoted by Japanese NECA, that means Nippon Electrical Control Equipment Industries Association, are mentioned. And collaborative safety is contribute to all of these. This figure shows the organization of IEC. IEC white paper published by the MSB Market Strategy Board, thanks to the Dr. Tsutsumi in the middle. And standardization on collaborative safety is discussed by IEC ACOS, that means Advisory Committee on Safety. ACOS has been developing an IEC guide on collaborative safety even before the publication of the white paper. And a new task force was established following the publication of the white paper. The white paper also recommends a holistic approach to achieving collaborative safety, which involves not only technology, but also human resources, training, and management and standardization. And Vision Zero is a great tool for evolving human resources development and management. Collaborative safety is expected to be introduced not only in the manufacturing industry, but also in various other industries, such as civil engineering and construction, medical and nursing care, material handling and transportation, infrastructure, agriculture, and amusement industries. So it is important to start discussions on international standardization and conformity assessment. The discussion on collaborative safety began in 2017 when the ACOS workshop was held in Japan at the first time. The theme of the workshop at that time was safety consideration for next generation industrial automation. And the discussion started with the introduction of collaborative safety, which was shared at the ACOS plenary session as well. The IEC guide on collaborative safety is currently under development. And here are a couple of main topics from it. First of all, this diagram shows the tripartite system in which people, machines, and environment interact with each other, as described in the white paper. It also describes the risks associated with the elements of the tripartite system, human, machine, and environment. For example, risks related to people, such as reasonably foreseeable misuse, health condition and psychological instability, and what information is used in relation to them, listed as examples. At the end of the white paper, a recommendation was made to the Standardization Management Board, SMB. And based on these recommendations, the SMB asked ACOS to establish a task force. The mission of the task force are to assess the evaluation of technical development and standardization for the collaborative safety, to perform a gap analysis, to recommend future standardization work, and to collaborate with ISO. The task force is currently collecting use cases for collaborative safety and analyzing them in order to identify areas not covered by existing standards. Use cases have been collected from industries such as manufacturing, civil engineering and construction, agriculture, and medical and nursing care. Finally, as a point of reference, it was decided that the next ACOS workshop will be held in San Francisco in October of 2022. The theme of the workshop was digitalization and safety, and collaborative safety is one of the topics to be discussed. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dohi-san. This is a little bit down to earth activities of the collaborative safety, which is the essential part of future safety issues. Yeah? And now I heard that the SMB is very much intensively discussing on developing first the IEC guide, and then comes down to each the technical committees dealing with safety. Thank you very much again, Doi-san.
Thank you.
And then comes to another practical presentations. Next speaker is Mr. Koji Demachi, Chair of IEC SC65A, and also a convener of IEC TC65 Working Group 20. He is from National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technologies, as well as Yokogawa Electric Corporations. And his presentation title is A Holistic Safety Approach, 3 directions for expanding the vision of safety management. Then Demachi-san, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kajiya, for introducing me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this session, I like to present a holistic safety approach. First of all, let us briefly review the current situation on safety from the viewpoint of the United Nations SDGs. Mr. Mahendra-san presented before. And this figure shows the relationship between 3 goals related to today's topic. The goal 3 is good health and well-being, which addresses safety. The goal 8 is decent work and economic growth. The goal 9 is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which covers advanced technologies. Goal 3 and Goal 8 have to be achieved at the same time. In other words, the economy needs to grow with keeping safety, while they sometimes can conflict each other. The advanced technology by Goal 9 are expected to help achieving this compatibility between safety and economy. Regarding situation in safety, a lot of accidents are still happening all over the world, and many people are killed or injured. We have further opportunity reducing them because most of them can be prevented. However, machines and systems are becoming complex more and more. Furthermore, interaction between humans and machines is increasing. This situation is making safety measures difficult. One of the targets of Goal 8 is achieving 7% GDP growth. To achieve such target, efficiency of business needs to be improved. As a result, reducing cost, lead time, and time to market are still fundamental issues for businesses. This also possibly make applying safety measure difficult. About goal 9, the advanced digital technology seems the base of every new technology, such as broadband communication, powerful computing, artificial intelligence, and empowered human-machine interfaces. These digital technologies are these digital technology are expected. These digital technology have potential to solve the challenge that is compatibility issue between safety and economy. But this scenario requires new vision about safety approach. Additionally, international standardization is very important for this purpose. I'm going to propose an idea about broader vision in safety management in this session. It expands current safety approach toward 3 directions. The first direction is addressing more complex systems. The second one is using more intelligence. The last one is interpreting risk as a broader concept. This idea is expected to be a base of the holistic safety approach. I will explain these 3 expansions one by one. This is about more complex. This figure shows the 3-step method on risk reduction defined by ISO IC Guide 51. Risk reduction is taken by both of designer of the product and its users based on the result of risk assessment by both sides. In simple cases, only one product is considered in the risk assessment, but the target can be a complex system including multiple products in a hierarchy. So the scope of risk management needs to cover a wider area. Also, the system can have multiple hazards and risks. Therefore, we need to address more complex issues such as system of systems in a wider scope, system lifecycle view, multiple stakeholders, multiple hazards and risks. These guides and standards for functional safety listed here specify the traditional safety approach. Based on these fundamental frameworks, some expansion of safety approach might be necessary to address the new situation. These are new standards and projects intending to address the broader safety approach. JTC1 SC7 developed a framework of system lifecycle process and extended it for safety. ICTC 56 is discussing risk analysis of open systems. IC 61511 is a functional safety standard for process industry, which addresses large and complex systems from the viewpoint of users and integrators based on IC 61508. This is a comparison between humans and machines in the context of risk reduction. Actions of machines are consistent, but it is not flexible and cannot deal with conditions not assumed. On the other hand, humans are clever and more flexible than machines, but actions are not consistent because they are depending on the skill and conditions. In this situation, it is expected to take good features from both humans and machines. One of such approach is cooperation between humans and machines. The other is making machine more intelligent, for example, by introducing artificial intelligence. These standards are intending to support human-machine cooperation. ISO TC158 developed a specification of human-centered design for interactive systems. ISO TC199 is studying ergonomic principles in safety standards. These are standard and standardization projects addressing safety in the context of artificial intelligence. JTC1 SC42 is developing standards for AI risk management and AI for functional safety. ISO TC199 is studying artificial intelligence for machinery safety, and so on, so on. One of the questions asked common to every people in the world recently was, should I take vaccination? Vaccine works to prevent function, but at the same time, it can cause side effects. The prevention is a benefit of vaccination. On the other hand, the side effect is a harm of vaccination. These are two different major definitions of the term risk. One is by Guide 51, which covers only negative risks. The other is by Guide 73, which covers positive risk as well. When you decide if you take vaccination or not, you must evaluate the balance between the benefit and harm. In other words, positive risk and negative risk. This process seems able to apply to many situations related to safety as well. These are traditional standards based on definition of risk by Guide 51. On the other hand, these are standards based on the risk defined by Guide 73, which covers positive risk as well. ISO 31000 is a base standard specifying risk management based on the Guide 73 definition. IC 62198 provides principles and generic guidelines on mapping risk and managing risk in project based on ISO 31000. In the last year, a joint task group between ICSMB and ISO TMB was established to address concept of risk and associated term together. This is the last slide of my presentation. I like to summarize the idea of holistic safety approach. The first enhancement is addressing more complex systems, considering system of systems, multiple stakeholders, and multiple hazards and risks. The second enhancement is using more intelligence. It means leveraging human intelligence by human-machine cooperation and or making machine more intelligent by using emerging technology such as artificial intelligence. The last one is interpreting risk as broader concept, considering not only negative risk, but also consider positive risks and evaluate the balance between benefit and harms. Lastly, new set of standard is necessary for the holistic safety approach. I hope this idea presented here helps developing such new standards for safety. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Demachi-san. This was a really interesting presentation, and you pointed out the very good point for the safety in the future. On risk basis, the analysis for both positive and negatives, and this is really the thing which we need to always think about for the standardization study. Thank you very much again, Demachi-san. All right, then that comes to a slightly different perspective of standardizations. The next speaker is Mr. Mitsuo Matsumoto, ISO Vice President, the Principal Advisor, and he is really many years expert of how the standards and conformity assessment can facilitate the global trade. So I think this information should be very much interesting also for all of you. Then Matsumoto-san, please.
Yes, thank you, Kazuya-san. Good day to everybody. I'm Mitsuo Matsumoto, currently working for Japanese Industry Standards Committee, JISC, as COO and principal advisor for standardization policy. And as well, I'm currently assuming the role of the ISO Vice President Finance at the ISO until the end of this year. It is my great pleasure to have this opportunity to speak about my experiences in the standardization and conformance arena, which is titled Trade Facilitation Mechanisms based on the international standards and their conformity assessment. Then, what sort of trade facilitation mechanisms related to standards and conformity assessment exist? As you might know, the WTO TBT committee discussed about the issue during its triennial review in 2000 and listed up 6 trade facilitation mechanisms in its report, as you see on the slide. And this is not, of course, the exhaustive list, and more importantly, not in the order of preference, nor the priority of the committee. Then let me explain about some specifics of those different trade facilitation mechanisms. First one is a mutual recognition agreement, or well known as an MRAs, which should mean that mutual recognition of results of conformity assessment being conducted for specific regulations of concerned parties. To enable the mutual recognition agreements between the concerned parties, which are usually government entities, would be concluded. An important point is that here, the technical requirements of importing country would be applied under the MRA. The technical requirements, therefore, are not necessarily the same or the similar. A second mechanism is a cooperative voluntary arrangements between domestic and foreign conformity assessment bodies, or the CABs. The voluntary agreement could be concluded among accreditation bodies, or testing laboratories, certification bodies, inspection bodies, or other type of CABs. As it says voluntary arrangement, it usually meant for arrangement between CABs or private sector, and a business type contract would be concluded between the CABs. Even if the arrangement is between the CABs or private sector, it could be recognized by government authorities as the basis for acceptance of results of conformity assessment in mandatory sector. And I understand that IEC's conformity assessment systems, such as the IEC EE CB scheme, fall under this type of category, this category of the mechanism. The third one is the use of accreditation to qualify CABs. This is meant for those government authorities who use accreditation to designate the CABs for the purpose of their own regulations. While multilateral recognition agreement or arrangements, so-called MLAs, have been developed among the international accreditation bodies such as IAF, MLA, or IRAC MRA, and because international standards and guides for accreditation schemes have been developed by the ISO, IEC, and application of such standards and guides provide a certain level of confidence for the MRAs, government authorities or regulators may use such an accreditation MRAs to accept the result of conformity assessment being conducted by foreign CABs being accredited under accreditation MRAs. The fourth mechanism is the government designation of CABs, sometimes called cross-border designation, in which government authorities would designate specific CABs located outside of their territories to conduct the conformity assessment procedures for the purpose of their own regulation. The relevant conditions for the designation should be the same for both domestic CABs and the foreign CABs. The fifth mechanism is the unilateral recognition of results of conformity assessment, in which government authorities would unilaterally recognize the results of conformity assessment procedures conducted by foreign CABs. CABs would use relevant international standards and guides to demonstrate their technical competence to conduct the conformity assessment activities. Last one is the manufacturer's declaration or supplier's declarations, sometimes referenced as an SDoc, which is predicated on or complemented by additional measures such as market surveillance, penalties for false or misleading declarations, regulatory environment, and or the product liability regime. Among these six mechanisms, what could be the preferable choice by government entities? My observation of answers to that question is as shown on the slide. Government authorities are expected to conduct their duties in the framework of legal responsibilities given by relevant laws or regulation. Accordingly, their preference of the mechanisms would be also in the order of the level of involvement. Since MRAs require another layer of legal framework, which is a bit complicated for them, as well as the cost and time to conclude that government-to-government agreement is high, my assumption of that preference is the lowest. So how about the preference by the private entities? My observation is that the private entities always prefer to choose the most effective and efficient mechanism in terms of cost of and time. So accordingly, their preference of the mechanism could be as shown on the slide. The order of the preference also reflects the level of complexity of the mechanism. As you see on this slide and previous slide, I assume that the best trade facilitation mechanism in views of both government and private entities is a cooperative voluntary arrangements between domestic and foreign CABs. Please note that those trade facilitation mechanisms can be applied even if the technical requirements of concerned countries are different from each other. However, they would be further enhanced and become more effective and efficient when international standards are developed and used as a basis for the technical requirements of products and or services to demonstrate technical competence of CABs. So this will lead us to our future society of one standard used everywhere to make our lives easier, safer, healthier, and better, which should be also the goal or the achievement of your works, country working for safety, health, and well-being for the new normal. I think this is the end of my presentation. Yes. Thank you very much for your attention. And I really look forward to have interesting discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matsumoto-san. And this is the future, the possible action for the international standardization people. So the first the standards and the conformity assessments programs is developed and implemented, and of course this should be reflected by the national regulators, and then in order to make one-stop shopping for based on one standards and one-time conformity assessment result, and this will be the very much the important and for the industries. So thank you very much, Matsumoto-san, again.
Thank you, Kaja-san.
And then the next presentation comes to another interesting the presentation. The next speaker is Miss Norma McCormick, the convener of ISO TC 283 Working Group 2, the president of Corporate Health Works Incorporated. And her presentation title is the Psychological Health and Safety at Work, Managing Psychological Risk. So, Ms. McCormick, please.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to participate in the Vision Zero Summit. I first of all have to start by apologizing for my voice. I woke up with a croaky throat this morning. I feel fine, but I just don't sound fine. So my presentation provides information about our newly published ISO standard on psychological health and safety at work. Safeguarding the mental health and well-being of employees is an ongoing challenge. The pandemic has dramatically changed workplace cultures, the nature of work, and the locations where work is performed on behalf of an organization. Stress and anxiety have reached unprecedented levels as workers face the risk of exposure and illness, financial challenges, and take on additional responsibilities related to children's care and education. So our standard, 45003, builds on the first globally recognized occupational health and safety management system standard, ISO 45001. In the development of that standard, published in June of 2018, we recognize that occupational health and safety involves more than just preventing harm to workers from the commonly identified hazards, exposure to physical, chemical, and biological agents, and the hazards associated with poor work design. Another standard was necessary to further emphasize the organization's responsibility for promoting and protecting the mental health of its workers. So ISO 45003 provides guidance to organizations who seek to comply with 45001. So the auditable standard is 45001, the management of occupational health and safety. The emphasis in 45,003 is on the identification of psychological hazards and the assessment of the risks that they present. The standard provides a definition of psychosocial risk, the combination of the likelihood of occurrence of exposure to work-related hazards of a psychosocial nature and the severity of the illness and ill health that can be caused by these hazards. The research which provided the justification for our standards development, we found mental health and stress management were commonly ranked first on the list of emerging health and safety concerns. Analysis found that 1 in 3 workplace disability claims relate to mental illness, and 70% of the short and long-term disability costs are attributed to mental illness. This is a considerable cost, both to people and to the organization. These calculations were estimated prior to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. Future forecasts predict that the economic burden of mental illness will increase significantly in the coming years. Worker mental health is negatively impacted by fear of exposure and illness, uncertainty with respect to income and job security, and the obligations related to childcare and education, not to mention strained family relationships resulting from too much togetherness when we're in lockdown. Depression may result from isolation and restriction on normal physical, social, and recreational activities, and from uncertainty as there's no evident light at the end of the tunnel. And workers may experience loss and grief from bereavement. So, ISO 45003 provides guidance to the organization on the identification of work-related hazards of a psychological nature. The standard scope goes beyond managing the psychosocial risk to include the promotion of well-being at work. Well-being is defined as the fulfillment of the physical, mental, and cognitive needs and expectations of a worker related to their work. Well-being relates to all aspects of working life: work organization, social factors at work, and the work environment, equipment, and hazardous tasks. All ISO management system standards follow a common structure that models the plan, do, check, act approach. This facilitates the integration of other management system standards, including those for quality and environmental management. The clause titles of 45,003 are the same as those in 45,001, allowing for direct comparison between an organization's conformity with all the management system standards it implements. The following 2 slides focus on clause 4, the content of the organization, context of the organization, and clause 6, planning. But first, I want to draw attention to clause 5. It reinforces the importance of participation of and consultation with workers in order to understand their needs and expectations. It emphasizes roles and responsibilities of leadership in the organization and its obligation to encourage and remove the barriers to worker participation. Worker participation means to be involved in decision-making, while consultation means to seek views before the decision is taken. One very important and useful requirement of all management system standards is to understand and consider the context within which the organization exists and the examination of the external and internal issues. In 45,003, the issues are those that affect psychosocial risk. External factors may include the economic, technological, cultural, social, and political climate within which the organization exists. This includes the regulatory framework within which it operates. This is especially important with respect to legal requirements, which now include public health orders, as well as economic and market conditions. Internal issues are those that are specific to the organization and over which it has influence and control. How it is governed and managed, the commitments and directions it sets out in policies, objectives, and strategies, and the resources it assigns to achieving the intended results. Changes to the way we work in this pandemic era have caused us to reevaluate the adequacy of our technological resources, such as our information systems and processes, and the adaptability of our human resources to the new reality. Another key internal issue is the relationship between the organization and its workers, and the extent to which there are shared perceptions and values. So the examples listed on this slide are illustrative of the new considerations in a pandemic era. Planning involves identifying hazards, assessing risks and opportunities, and establishing objectives and developing the processes necessary to deliver the results in accordance with the organization's policy. Our standard identifies 3 categories of hazards that are the sources of psychosocial risk: aspects of how work is organized, social factors at work, and the work environment, equipment, and hazardous tasks. So this provides examples of the psychosocial, the hazards that occur under each. So how work is organized relates to the roles and expectations, job control or autonomy, job demands, scheduling, workload, working hours, job security, and precarious work. Again, precarious is the uncertainty of work. It's not related to the high risk of work. Social factors at work include interpersonal relationships between leadership and workers, support and supervision, organization culture, civility and respect, recognition and reward, and work-life balance. With respect to the working environment, we consider air quality, noise, maintenance and repair, high-risk activities, remote or isolated work, and working with sorry. This is the do phase of the Plan, Do, Check, Act. And it involves implementing and maintaining processes to eliminate hazards and reduce psychosocial risks. Support for the implementation of plans at the operational level involves establishing and providing and maintaining the human, financial, and technological and other resources specific to the operations in order to achieve its objectives with respect to the management of psychosocial risk. Competence is an important attribute and is emphasized throughout the standard. Special emphasis is placed on the role of training in building competence and in reducing the potential for injury and illness due to exposure to psychosocial risk. The actions taken to address risk are identified as control measures and relate to work organization, social factors at work, and the work environment. Intervention can occur on 3 levels. Primary intervention by providing at the organizational level controls to prevent harm. Secondary prevention involves assisting workers by raising awareness and understanding through effective training and other appropriate measures. Tertiary prevention involves reducing harm of exposure through corrective and supportive actions and rehabilitation. Performance and monitoring and measurement helps to confirm that processes for hazard identification, risk assessment, and controls are in place and are operating effectively. Performance evaluation relies on accurate data and measurement of the right indicators and forms the basis for decisions and about improvements to workplace psychological health and safety. Evaluation of the effectiveness of improvement actions provides direction for the continual improvement of the OH&S management system and the organization's performance with respect to the management of psychosocial risk. Our standard is available for access. The link is there, and we would encourage you to look more deeply into the standard. I thank you for the opportunity to participate and would welcome comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCormick. This is the totally different from purely technological standardization issue, and this will be, I'm sure, that these aspects of psychological, aspect would be a very important element in whenever we think about future safety, and of course this will be more than the physical safety, but the psychological safety aspect should be considered in the future. Thank you very much again, Ms. McCormick. All right, then comes to the later part from this presentation on we change slightly the direction from standardization of the standards to conformity assessment arena, and the first speaker of this conformity assessment arena is the Ms. Azusa Nakagawa, Executive Director of Japanese Standards Associations. And she is also very much intensively involved in ISO conformity assessment committee's activities. Her presentation title is ISO CASCO activities for the credibility of conformity assessments. Then, Ms. Nakagawa, please.
Thank you for your introduction, Kajiya-san. So today I'd like to talk about how ISO CASCO is working for the credibility of conformity assessment. Oh, today's agenda covers 4 things. One is CASCO overviews, and next is framework of conformity assessment. What is conformity assessment and who is involved? And next one is CASCO toolbox. So CASCO toolbox is collection of CASCO standard for conformity assessment. And last one is management system certifications, one of conformity assessment most widely spread in the world. So this is ISO governance structure, and under ISO Council, there are 3 policy development committees, and CASCO is here, and CASCO is one of 3 policy development committees. What is CASCO? CASCO is Conformity Assessment Committee, very simple. And as one of 3 policy development committees, CASCO discuss policy related to conformity assessment and develop the ISO IEC 17000 series jointly with IEC. This is CASCO toolbox. And different from IEC CAP, CASCO does not control any conformity assessment scheme. And so I wanted to say about what is conformity assessment? What is it? So the definition of conformity assessment is like this. So ISO IEC 70000 defined it. So demonstration of to demonstrate needs and expectations are fulfilled. That is the definition of conformity assessment. And by demonstrating the needs and expectations of individual or society are satisfied, conformity assessment provides the value to the society. This is a very important thing, to provide the value to the society. This is a conformity assessment. How conformity assessment provides value to the society? This figure shows the framework of conformity assessment. You can see there are several players are involved in conformity assessment: IAF, IRAC, and accreditation body AB, and conformity assessment body CAB. And each of these players conduct conformity assessment in each position on behalf of purchasers and regulators and the public. And they check if product and service are credible and if it is okay to buy it. This structure check on behalf of as a whole make a social infrastructure for the credibility of product and service. CASC support this infrastructure by developing the standard for CABs and ABs. Conformity assessment provides the confidence to the public, such as government and consumers and purchasers. Provides the confidence to government and consumers purchasers. And can the basis of government recognition and multilateral recognition among countries, as Mr. Matsumoto mentioned. And therefore, conformity assessment must be reliable, gives the confidence to the society. When conformity assessment is conducted, each CAB have to take a consistent approach. If each CAB does conformity assessment its own way, it never provides a confidence to the society. So CASC developed the standard for assessment methodology, what conformity assessment body have to do in the conformity assessment. And in addition, for reliable conformity assessment, of course, a CAB must have sufficient ability to do their works. So CASC standard stipulate what competence CAB has to have for conducting effective conformity assessment. So CASC standard, CASC develops two kinds of standard, how assessment methodology, what CAB have to do and what competence they must have, two things. And there are several types of conformity assessment: management system certification, the product certification, testing and calibration, inspection, personal certification, and validation and verification. CASC developed standard for each types of conformity assessment. As I already mentioned, CASC develops ISO IEC 70,000 series, and collection of CASC standard is called CASC Toolbox. And 70,000 series are designed to make conformity assessment harmonized and consistent. And by making conformity assessment credible, CASC aim conformity assessment to give positive impact on market access to and facilitate international trade. This is a detail of CASC Toolbox. According to types of conformity assessment, various standards were developed. Currently, 36 standards were published and 4 are under development. CASC Toolbox covers various types of conformity assessment, and among these, the newest one is verification and validation. CASC develops the ISO IEC 7029 for validation and verification. The objective of validation and verification is declared information, such as claims or declaration. well-known one is validation and verification for greenhouse gas emissions. So as you know, these days, we have been much more aware of ESG, and many organizations have to address SDGs. And many organizations have been making the information publicly available. Under such situations, 7021 was developed to conduct the validation and verification properly and confirm the credibility of declared information. 7021 is available in any kind of declared information. So it can be used when the organization wants to disclose the information, how they address the well-being of their employees. And management system certifications. Management system certification is most popular among all conformity assessment, and most of you have ever heard of ISO 9001 Quality Management System, 27001 Information Security Management System, and 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management System. And management system standards are the most widely used standard and best-selling standards. ISO says our greatest hits. So this table shows the number of certifications for ISO 9001 and 40001 and 45001 and 27001. And you can see how widely management system certification spread over the world. So this graph shows a change in numbers of certification from 2018 to 2020. And gray one, this gray one is for the ISO certification of ISO 40001 Operational Health and Safety. And this standard was published in 2018, and number of certification is rapidly increasing. I think so. All organizations utilize ISO 40001 in order to manage the well-being of employees as well as safety and physical health of employees. Especially ISO 14001 will provide great benefit to organization if it is used with ISO 45003. Ms. Norma McCormick introduced in previous session. And as you know, so management system certification has been spreading widely over the world, but in past, a concern was raised about the effectiveness of management system certification. So IAF raised the concept of output matters. This means even though the organization is certified, their performance does not satisfy their client. Simply to say, so management system certification is useless. This is the IF concept of output matters. For this, so ISO and IAF issues expected outcome of certification to IS management system. And CASC also continued to revise the 7021, the requirement of management system certification to improve the quality of certifications. And also 7021, I'm sorry, so there are so many sector-specific management system standards these days. So CASC has been developing 7021 series for the certification of each sector-specific management system. So this is for your information, various management system standard and related 7021 series CASC developed. And this is end of my presentation. I hope I could outline ISO CASC effort for the credibility of conformity assessment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakagawa, for the very much the interesting informations, and this is really the basic the elements of credible conformity assessment, and which will be the widely used for any kind of internationally recognized conformity assessment activities and programs. And she is really the expert on this arena. So Nakagawa-san, thank you very much again for your interesting information.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we comes to next presentation. The next speaker is Mr. Sean Paulson, IEC Vice President and the Chair of IEC Conformity Assessment Board, CAB. And his presentation title is Safety in the Future, Conformity Assessment for Tomorrow. Sean, are you ready now?
I am ready.
Okay. Please go ahead.
And again, I'm very honored to be speaking to you today on safety in the future and conformity assessment for tomorrow. Next slide, please. So the vision of the IEC is the IEC everywhere for a safer, more efficient world. The IEC's past master plan and our future strategic plan outlines this vision and the values for the IEC. Next slide, please. So the IEC, through the work of the IEC Market Strategy Board, chaired by Dr. Tasumi, published a white paper on safety in the future back in 2020. And if you have not had a chance to read it, I suggest and encourage you to download it from the IEC website. So the paper addresses safety in the future by considering the human factors and technological aspects involved in safety. It especially focuses on better integrating humans and machines into a safer work environment, and also considers the wider socioeconomic environment and the UN Sustainable Development Goals in which such technological developments are taking place. So the paper talks about putting humans first. It looks at megatrends in society, technological innovations, and developments in industry that are changing our understanding of safety. So the IEC and other standardization bodies may have to widen and deepen horizontal coordination efforts on safety. Next slide, please. So we can see here from data from the International Labor Organization that 2.78 million workers die each year from occupational accidents and work-related diseases. And it's important to remember that the above number is only indicative, as they include rather non-workplace incidents nor non-fatal accidents, and only cover economically developed countries, whereas fatal accident rates in developing countries, we know, are assumed to be generally much higher. So one can easily imagine that the real number of deaths is substantially higher. While almost all of the SDGs, published again by UN, incorporate safety aspects and objectives, of particular relevance to the issues addressed in this white paper are SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth, and SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. New and complex safety requirements have emerged with the expansion of innovative products and intelligent systems. Obviously, there's a need to place human safety at the center of the new human-machine relationship. So the Internet of Things, big data, advanced robotics, and especially artificial intelligence are all transforming the connection between the electrotechnical systems and people. Next slide, please. The safety risk management encompasses the implementation of business processes with the aim of preserving human safety by preventing accidents and minimizing their effects should they occur, and enabling a flexible recovery. Engineering excellence and safety have been at the forefront of IEC activities for over a century. So these new trends in various systems and the collection of enormous amounts of data provide massive computing capabilities that allow powerful analytics to extract relevant information from raw data, interpret that information, detect unknown relationships between specified factors, take autonomous decisions, and predict future trends. So some of these applications mimic or even exceed human intelligence, as they can affect more accurate predictions and process greater amounts of data than humans are able to do. Data gathering and processing must ensure privacy and quality and integrity of the data and data protection. The latest ICT developments involving sensors, cameras, and so on are enabling organizations to gather real-time information on certain safety risks, particularly those directly or indirectly associated with human and machine movements. So, we always talk about Industry 4.0, which is a very common term. And I think for our discussions, instead of Industry 4.0, we should be phrasing it as Workplace 4.0. So many existing safety standards covering specific types of machines or products do not yet include holistic safety aspects. The standardization community must reconsider its role in ensuring safety. Safety standards that focus on technical components alone may hinder innovations and may need to be updated with increasing frequency. Collaborative safety calls for humans and machines to share digital information and to communicate and collaborate. And it leverages digital technologies and human-machine interaction to support industries and economies that are built upon digital applications. So when we look at this slide, it's in the future, safety will be delivered in an integrated work system that recognizes the key components, which are human workers, autonomous or semi-autonomous machines, and the IT-enabled environment, which they all function. We call this collaborative framework the tripartite system for safety. So safety will undergo the impact of a fundamental shift in the human-machine interaction, in which humans and machines share tasks both manually and mentally, which require a systematic view of the workplace. The collaboration will be made possible by information flows going back and forth between the different components of the system. So human information is information relevant to the machine that allows it to adapt its operation to the humans involved. It can be static or dynamic information, but it always focuses on human conditions. It can include worker qualifications or experience, as well as the worker's real-time level of fatigue. Machine information contains the status of the working machine, whether the machine is operation or in standby, whether the safety critical parts are functioning correctly. This information is conveyed to ensure safe behavior. And when we look at the environmental information, it facilitates the contact between humans and machines while also forming a link to the wider enterprise system. So connectivity through wireless networks and the internet is a core enabler. The IoT facilitates the seamless integration of various machines equipped with sensing, identification, processing, communication, and networking capabilities. And when the same approach is used for the safety purposes, it's labeled as the Internet of Humans and can include equipment such as cameras, sensors, smartwatches, wearables, and GPS to monitor humans and detect signs, for example, of fatigue, of stress, location. So the systems applied to monitor humans and to monitor the machines are very similar, and combining the two is known as the Internet of Everything. So digital twins involve bridging the cyber and physical worlds. It's the emulation or mapping of the physical world into cyberspace. Real-time collision avoidance is a concept widely used in autonomous vehicles now, but could proliferate to include robots. Sensor technology is also evolving to include virtual type sensors. So in smart environments, many of the core technologies that act as a bridge between the physical and the digital world rely on the efficient exchange of data between different systems and domain. Digitization requires the integration of devices and systems, including a wide range of sensors, artificial intelligence, control algorithms, big data, cloud, and edge computing, as well as many other technologies. Together, they enable greater operational efficiency and safety, opening up new business opportunities and transforming the way that companies interact with customers, suppliers, employees, and also governments. So there are many different technologies that can be applied when we think of our tripartite safety system, and these are just a few of them. Next slide, please. So here are the key components, or what we call pillars, of a functional safety system. So we have standards, we have professional qualification, we have certification, and of course we have regulation that ties it all together as well. They all play a key role in the safety system. So now let's just look at the conformity assessment aspect of the four pillars. Next slide, please. So I think we heard before, what is conformity assessment? And really, again, it's a process used to show that a product, a process, a system, or persons, or bodies meet specified requirements. And these requirements are, again, likely contained in the ISO/IEC conformity assessment standards. They could be included in national standards or international standards, or both. Really, the main elements of conformity assessment, again, are the accreditation, the testing, the inspection, and the certification. And showing that a product or a service or a system meets certain requirements has a number of benefits, such as helping regulators ensure that the health, the safety, or environmental conditions are met. So looking at the list of ISO/IEC standards that are published through CASCO, again, many of these standards can all be applied to our tripartite safety system. The range of conformity assessment activities actually covered by IEC through its 4 conformity assessment systems are enormous, and we cover many different areas in testing, certification, but also certification services and the certification of persons. So looking at future challenges for conformity assessment, there can be many challenges in how we currently operate. And we need to think about how we may perform a conformity assessment in the future. For example, drones could be used for monitoring and inspection activities. Test methods can be developed and updated and fine-tuned through machine learning and artificial intelligence. Digital testing may come to replace testing with physical instruments and machines. And this in turn will require complex mathematical and statistical methods. We can use 3D printing to emulate objects for the purposes of testing and certification. And new types and large quantities of data may need to be measured and processed, preferably in real time. Virtual measuring instruments can replace physical measuring instruments. And as mentioned earlier, digital twins of real objects can be used as prototypes for testing and certification. And these are all possibilities which may define the future of conformity assessment through our digital transformation. So when we look at challenges of the future, as some governments relax their grip on safety protection regulations by replacing restrictive technical laws with goal-oriented legislation, standardization bodies will have an important role to play in facilitating social responsibility through practical standards and conformity assessment processes. Again, the introduction of intelligent ICT systems necessitates the development of new types of standards, which in turn call for innovative developments in conformity assessment. Conformity assessment documents need to address more agile operations involved in the fast-moving and technological environment. Machine-readable documents may enable conformity assessment to support a more agile assessment society. And again, digital twinning can offer a versatile solution to support conformity assessment. Algorithms must be robust, meaning that they remain stable despite adversarial input. Algorithms will also need to be able to transfer knowledge from previous experiences to new problems so that they can be used in different types of applications. Consistent adaptation of artificial intelligence requires regular verification and market surveillance. Also, when we look at regulation, we see that regulation can be lacking, and policymakers need to find a balance between the promotion and development of intelligent innovation while also ensuring security and protection of its citizens. So social goals should be established that aim to achieve both safety and efficiency by shifting from the safety model based on separation of human and machines to one in which safety is achieved through human-machine cooperation. Measuring safety outcomes has formed a key part of the safety management systems for many years, with a focus on incident statistics. However, a more forward-looking approach and proactive approach could be adopted by introducing leading indicators into the calculation. And finally, conformity assessment, again, must transform digitally to keep pace with technological innovation and the ever-changing environments that the intelligent systems and the processes will require. And thank you again for being able to speak to you during this very important conference, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
The next speaker is a little bit down to us in a practical. The next speaker is Mr. Steve Margis. He is the ICEE chair from this year of Certification Management Committee, and at the same time, director of UL LLC. And his presentation title is Vision Zero Based Market Solutions. So Mr. Margis, please.
Hello, and welcome to all who are joining virtually
for
this session on vision-based market solutions. I'd like to thank the Vision Zero Summit Planning and Organizing Committee for hosting this event and for selecting the subject of conformity assessment to be one of its core session tracks. I would additionally like to provide a special thanks to our session facilitator, Toshiyuki Kajiya. My name is Steve Margis, and I'm Director of Conformity Assessment Programs at UL, Technical Equipment and Components. I additionally serve as the chair of the IEC system of conformity assessment schemes for electric, known as the IECE, or to some as the CB scheme. UL's mission is working for a safer world. With that mission, we work towards the principle of promoting safe, secure, and sustainable living and working environments for people by the application of science, hazard-based safety engineering, and data acumen. This mission and principle align very well with the objectives of Vision Zero as they relate to safety, health, and well-being. Today, I'll seek to look at the field of conformity assessment in the electric and electronics field to identify the path it has taken to date, as well as the trends that are driving its landscape towards a future vision. Where better to start the discussion than based in the early days of electrification of society during the Second Industrial Revolution. Being born and raised in the great city of Chicago, I hold special attachment to a major milestone that occurred in my very city during this period that shaped the electrical landscape. In the 1890s, Chicago was to host the World's Fair, known as the Columbian Exposition. This was the first World's Fair ever powered by electricity. The expo was draped in thousands of incandescent lights that resulted in it being known as the White City. With this new technology being introduced, though, and called upon an electrical engineer from Boston to examine the safety of the electrical wiring in the Palace of Electricity. That engineer was William Henry Merrill, who established the mantra, know by test and state the facts. He would later establish the organization UL, and you could say that those words serve as an early definition of conformity assessment. Confidence has always been central to conformity assessment. That confidence is most effective when addressed with varied needs of stakeholders across the community. By being inclusive of diverse views, the establishment of tests and means for demonstrating conformity assessment are more likely to meet the needs of the larger community for which confidence is sought. Any specific application of conformity assessment is best served when it addresses the needs of the acceptance community, including regulators, insurers, consumers, retailers, and distributors, and the development community, made of the manufacturing industry. Together, these interests, along with the independent community of experts, including standards developers, conformity assessment bodies, and academia, can work together to define those tests needed to establish marketplace confidence. For the 100 years following the introduction of the large-scale electrical installation at the Columbian Exposition, global market access in the electrical and electronic market was based on the need for confidence related to shock, fire, and casualty considerations. This approach served the world well in a time where national systems ensured confidence for local needs. But times are changing, and national markets were becoming global. Supply chains were expanding beyond local geographies to seek best-of-class solutions around the world. This was an eye-opening era. It became clear quickly that the national approaches implemented over the last century had resulted in local solutions to local needs. It also led to diverse systems across the globe that were not aligned and impeded on the ability for products to be truly global. Alignment of tests on a global scale in a manner that still met local needs was critical in the next era of progress. While know by test and state the facts remains relevant today, the international community has reached consensus on a modern era definition for conformity assessment: demonstration that specified requirements are fulfilled. Those specified requirements are found in the global market today as regulations and standards. While varying by industry, the dialogue related to the establishment of regulations and standards commonly includes consideration for the global standardization of requirements as much as possible within the framework defining the confident needs of local versus global markets. Along with this definition comes a related vocabulary of terms that defines a toolbox of options for achieving conformity assessment. The term test has evolved and expanded to a variety of activities, including testing, inspection, audit, validation, verification, among others. Similarly, state the facts has evolved into a variety of approaches to demonstrating conformity assessment, one of the most well-known being third-party certification. As chair of the IEC International Electrotechnical Commission's Conformity Assessment Program, the IECEE, let me share how the marketplace has developed a private sector solution to balancing local and global needs. The IECEE is a third-party certification system currently serving the needs of 22 product categories, everything from appliances to information technology to medical equipment and industrial technology, among others. With members from 54 countries. Based on the principles of facilitating trade, national adoption of international IEC standards with or without national differences, mutual acceptance of conformity assessment deliverables, all founded on the powerful foundation of peer assessment. In short, issuing certification bodies from a participating member country may perform a one-time certification that can be utilized by the manufacturer to obtain national certification from any and all remaining participating certification bodies from our other participating member bodies. The result? One standard, one test, recognized among global participants. The success of the IEC is best demonstrated by its results. Over 1.5 million certificates issued to date, making it a powerful engine for trade and mutual acceptance, so core to its principles. Despite the success of approaches developed in the marketplace to date, time does not stand still and change is constant. Fortunately, that change is often driven by technological advancements that better serve global markets. Recently, I was fortunate to participate in a panel that developed an IEC white paper on the future of safety. Along with its members, some of which join me today on this panel, we envisioned a future in which the impact of recent technological advancements and foreseeable innovation that could be optimized within a global framework for conformity assessment. A holistic approach of a system of safety with a central goal of a continuous reduction of safety incidents globally. Where much of our journey in safety and conformity assessment to date have been product focused, there are ever-increasing opportunities to utilize technological advancements to take a more holistic approach to safety. Where the world to date has focused on the safety of humans from the products we utilize and engage with, the future will bring us to consider a human-centered smart society and a connected industry, providing numerous opportunities for innovation, globalization, and the further evolution of conformity assessment solutions as a result. After all, our innovation in the second industrial revolution positioned us well for the future ahead. Now that we embark on the fourth industrial revolution and beyond, we have tremendous opportunity, not to rewrite the past, but to advance the principles that have served us so well to date. Such a holistic approach as described in the Future of Safety white paper requires diverse engagement from impacted stakeholders. The structure of the IEC represents the type of thinking and engagement required to actively seek such a future in the global community. The white paper, written by the IEC Market Strategy Board, is focused on continually seeking a vision of the next technological innovations that will require integration into the global system of safety. As opportunities are identified, they are driven by open and transparent consensus-based standardization projects established in the IEC through its Standards Management Board and related technical committees to determine the minimum requirements expected by the consensus interests. Finally, the demonstration that specified requirements are fulfilled are driven by conforming assessment solutions that are established to facilitate trade, as it's managed by the IEC Conformity Assessment Board and its related conformity assessment systems, including the IECEE. These approaches, to remain market relevant, need to meet the needs of national and global interests and need to recognize that there may be varying needs within the global community. The ability for solutions to meet global and local needs are essential to a successful system of safety. So, if we step back and take a wide view of the electrotechnical sector, we can better envision the related evolution of the definition of safety as it evolves with various market-based advancements. I provided some examples of early electrification and the associated risks of shock, fire, and casualty. Since that time, innovation has brought many other considerations of risk into the definition of safety. Advancements in technological innovation introduced us to the associated risks of electromagnetic emissions and susceptibility, known as electromagnetic compatibility, or EMC. More recent advancements have brought us the risks of cybersecurity, functional safety, and interoperability. In all cases, the impact of the operator and the user must be increasingly assessed as these advancements add new complexities. As a result, the consideration of personal competence is ever present. Considering the introductions of these risks into the overall definition of safety, we must also consider the environment in which these interactions occur. They have led us from product-based safety and conformity assessment to system-based, and as the Future of Safety paper describes, a foreseeable future of human-machine coexistence. The journey to establish conformity assessment solutions for these ever-evolving set of risks is actively underway. Services already are widely available for EMC risks that have been ever present over recent decades, while offerings related to other risks are more in their early days of development, with many opportunities ahead. So what is key for fueling the system of safety? Well, fueling the system of safety requires a methodology with a holistic view of the risks present and foreseen. An identified need. Central to any conformity assessment solution is an identified need. In cases, this causes conformity assessment to lag technology. Having a holistic view would include striving to have identified needs for conformity assessment developed in parallel to its related need of technological and market advancement and its related specified requirements. Stakeholder engagement. Without diverse engagement, conformity assessment solutions will not achieve market relevance. That engagement must be diverse across geographies, sectors, and stakeholder types. Standards. Clearly defined requirements that set the framework for safety in an open, transparent, and inclusive manner to enable market relevance. Conformity assessment. Utilization of a toolbox of solutions that best meets the needs for demonstration of compliance with standards to meet market needs for confidence. Market access. When market relevant, the solutions developed will facilitate trade and enable market access, while at the same time driving efficiencies and demonstrating compliance. Metrics. A determination of the suitability and of our system of safety requires key performance indicators to determine if we are satisfactorily moving towards our confidence objectives. Periodic review of these metrics can then kick off a new cycle of our methodology and start us over again. I look forward to the next steps in our journey on advancing a future system of safety, be it through UL's promotion of safe, secure, and sustainable living and working environments for people by the application of science, hazard-based safety engineering, and data acumen, and/or the relevant pursuit of Vision Zero. Together, we will pave the path to the future of safety.
Okay, thank you, Steve, for very much the useful and interesting information. So the IECEE is the core functions under the IEC conformity assessment sectors. All right, let's resume the rest of the presentation now. The next speaker is Mr. Chris Agius, Executive Secretary of IEC-EX, which is one of the 4 conformity assessment systems under IEC. And his presentation title is the IEC-EX COPC, IEC's global approach to certifying competence of persons in the EX sector. Then, Chris, please.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to start the presentation. Now you should be seeing my screen.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, very clear.
Excellent. Thank you. Firstly, my name is Chris Agius, and I have the privilege of serving as the IEC-EX Executive Secretary, a position that I've enjoyed since the commencement of the IEC-EX back some 25 years ago. And I would like to thank the organisers of Vision Zero Summit 2022 for including not only conformity assessment, but also the IEC-EX in their program. And a special personal note of thanks to Keiza-san for his ongoing support of the IEC-EX Certificate of Personal Competence scheme, the COPC scheme. We've heard a lot today about conformity assessment. Well, I will now share with you an example of where the global community in a particular sector have come together over time and produced a single global scheme that promotes the competence of persons to ensure safety in the workplace. This is through the IEC-EX. But firstly, what is IEC-EX? IEC-EX is an operation of the IEC. In fact, it is IEC's system for certification to standards relating to equipment for use in explosive atmospheres. The key objective of the IEC-EX system, reducing the risk of explosion in areas where flammable and combustible materials may be present with ignition sources. Such areas are known as EX for explosion protection, EX areas, or hazardous locations, or explosive atmospheres. Hence, the name you'll see IEC-EX. When we talk about explosions, what causes explosions? We look at the infernal triangle that dictates that for a fire or explosion to occur, we must have 3 elements present. That is oxygen, fuel, and ignition source. All 3 must be present. If we remove just one of those, then we no longer have a fire or explosion hazard. The problem is, in many, many industries today, there is a need to use flammable or combustible materials alongside potential ignition sources. So we cannot eliminate any of those 3. However, under the IEC-EX and also through the use of international standards, IEC-EX focus is on managing the source of ignition. Another important point to note is when we talk about EX, explosion protection, EX is not an industry of its own. In fact, EX is a part of almost every industry known today. And examples of activities covered and where we do find EX areas, apart from your traditional and obvious ones, such as automotive refueling stations, oil and gas exploration, remember also things such as chemical processing plants, printing, surface coatings, also grain handling, food, pharmaceutical productions, and many, many others. All of these pose potential explosion risks. Now, IEC-EX, established in 1996, the IEC-EX value proposition today, while simple, is rather complex. Simply put it, IEC-EX provides the assurance to industry, commerce, regulators, and consumers that operations and activities involving flammable and combustible materials can continue safely by providing an internationally standardized approach to testing and certification, regardless of which IEC-EX approved certifying body is used. When we talk about certification bodies, we have currently 96 certification bodies approved to operate under the IEC-EX across 36 countries and more than 120,000 certificates and reports issued to date. Industries served by the IEC-EX are listed there, and the IEC-EX operations are overseen by the IEC-EX Management Committee, currently with 36 countries being represented by experts. The IEC-EX origins began in the product certification area, and one of the unique features of the IEC-EX is that the IEC-EX certificate number is actually shown on the product. This is because the IEC-EX certified equipment scheme under product certification is an ISO Type 5 system, and it is where each certification body operates under standardized rules of the IEC-EX. The certificate number appearing on the product provides clear and transparent information to users, inspectors, installers. The product is covered by an IEC-EX certificate. And certificates are issued via the online certificate system, but more about that a little later. The scope of the IEC-EX, we have three separate schemes that we operate. The IEC-X02 certified equipment scheme covering electrical as well as mechanical equipment, components and assemblies. The IEC-X03 certified services scheme covering maintenance, repair and overhaul services, installation and inspection services. And the IEC-X05 certified person scheme providing the certificate of personal competence and also operating a recognized training provider program. Now, the standards we use within the IEC-EX are a mix of IEC, ISO, as well as joint ISO-IEC. So they are to international standards, but we do utilize ISO standards, and that's an increasing activity for us. Important point to note also is that all of our IEC-EX certification schemes have been developed and operate according and in line with the ISO-IEC 17000 series of standards produced by ISO Casco. Certificates issued under the IEC-EX for equipment, assemblies, services, and personal competence. You'll see there that they maintain a consistent brand, but yet at the bottom of each certificate, there is provision to identify the certifying body that issued the certificate. Now, certificates are issued via a centralized online system from the IEC-EX website, and that means that all certificates are located in the one location, regardless of the certifying bodies issuing them. And the online electronic version of the certificate is the master control version. All certificates available for full public viewing. And as we say, if the certificate is not seen on the website, then it does not exist, or perhaps it's not yet been issued. And the system provides for multiple search and export features. But today's focus is on personal competence. And we are now going to move into that area. But firstly, we must be very clear. What do we mean by competence? Competence is the application of knowledge and skills to standards of performance required in the workplace. And it is a combination of the knowledge, but importantly, the correct application of that knowledge provides us with the competence of the person. In terms of achieving and maintaining, and we use the word current competence, there are three elements required. The training qualification, usually obtained off the job, experience obtained on the job, usually under supervision, but are also importantly the ongoing relevant training and experience to maintain competence. These all enable safe working on or near EX equipment. It is these three principles that the IEC EX Certificate of Personal Competence Scheme has been founded. With the certificate being issued once, we see items 1 and 2 achieved, and the third element is conducted by way of reissuing of the certificate after 5 years. The personnel certification COPC scheme goes much further than just simple qualifications. Now, commenced in 2010, the IEC Certificate of Personal Competence Scheme, being a single scheme, has developed these basic elements. First and foremost, it is a true international scheme, a single scheme. We are not talking about mutual recognition. We are talking beyond mutual recognition, where there is a single scheme and the IEC is the scheme owner. And because of this, we have developed a common set of scheme rules applicable to everyone. We have common competency criteria applied by all the certification bodies when issuing the COPC certificate, and the procedures and processes used are the same across all certification bodies. We also have a common qualification criteria and process used to qualify and accept the certification bodies, known as EXCBs, and that is based on peer assessment, utilizing the ISO IEC 17024 and our own internal documents. We also make use of national accreditation, working in unison with the IAF members of their MLA programs. Also, we have a common format for reporting of competency and assessment, and importantly, and this is something took us a long time to develop, a centralized question bank. We also have the single online certificates and photo ID card that you can see there on the right-hand side. At the moment, we currently have 10 units of competence plus an additional unit for basic knowledge. Those 10 units are units of competence that are based on work-based functions. Now, each of these units can be considered as building blocks. So a person may apply for 1, 2, 3, or all of the units if they feel they are competent. Or what we find quite often is that individuals apply for 1 or 2 units and then come back and seek an upgrade to their certification when they've achieved additional competence. So as an overview of the process that we adopt, the IECX certification bodies that operate under the IECX COPC scheme start with the person that applies to them. The IECX does not accept applications, rather it's the certifying bodies that take the applications. And the first step is to determine the appropriate mix of competencies to be certified. We call that the application review. Then the certifying body, the EXCB, undertakes the assessment, which is a combination of assessment of the knowledge through formal examination, assessment of the practical skills, which is a practical assessment, and an assessment of the experience. Once those activities have been completed, a personal competence assessment report is created and the certificate is formally issued. After the certificate has been issued, there is a 5-year reassessment to ensure that the person's competence remains current. And here's an example of a certificate. And the important point to note here is that the IECX COPC principle is all about assurance that a person has the knowledge and skills to perform work according to the standards. In other words, the ability to apply the standards. Remember, that standards are written usually on the assumption that those reading the standards have a certain degree of knowledge and skill to apply them. The IECX COPC scheme provides that third-party assurance. Now, to date, we've issued 4,655 IECX certificates of personal competence in the system. And this excellent work conducted by our global community in the IECEX area has been recognized by the United Nations back in 2011, with the United Nations publishing their first common regulatory objective framework through the UNECE, recommending the use of ISO and IEC international standards supported by IECEX certification as well as best practice when dealing with explosive atmospheres. And in fact, Article 28 from this publication identifies that personnel performing the work functions shall be appropriately qualified as being competent, and compliance with this requirement may be demonstrated by use of the international schemes such as the IECEX Certificate of Personal Competence Scheme. So that's what we have at the moment. What's next? The IECEX is currently working on expanding the COPC scheme, and already we are looking at adding some new units of competence. The first one in particular, competence in the specialized field of hydrogen technology, as we see the emerging hydrogen economy gaining strength. And for that, we are working with ISO TC 197 in developing the IECEX further to cover hydrogen technology. Also 2 units dealing with non-electrical applications, competence in risk assessment, and also others as raised by industry. We also have a current pilot trial of specialized software at the moment for the application of the centralized question bank in the IECEX scheme, COPC scheme. And we're also embarking on dedicated marketing programs to promote the scheme and those operating and holding an IECEX COPC. And of course, our ongoing maintenance aimed at continuous improvement. I would certainly commend those of you to visit the IECEX online certificate system, where you can actually see certificates in live real time. But just before I do finish up, a quick question of how is the IECEX used within countries? And what we've found over these number of years since developing the IECEX and growing the IECEX into different areas is that we find that areas such as in the regulatory sphere, direct acceptance of goods, services, and persons covered by certificates is being utilised to satisfy regulations, as well as in the contractual area where companies purchasing equipment and services require IECEX certification as part of their risk mitigation and also procurement programs. And finally, of course, in the voluntary sector, where companies offering equipment and services use IECEX as a means of promoting their goods and services and differentiating them in the marketplace. For more information, please visit our website, the iecex.com, or please reach out and contact myself or any of the team at the IECEX Secretariat at our email address shown there. I would like to thank you for this opportunity and would be very pleased to discuss IECEX further with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. This is really interesting information for all the audiences, and especially, COPC programs, certification of a personal competence program. This is a quite unique programs under IEC, and we are quite sure whenever we discuss about the safety in the future, this program will be definitely that will become our essential parts of the conformity assessment area. So I think we hope we continue our cooperation with each other. Thank you very much again, Chris.
Thank you.
time for the break. Thank all the speakers for presentation until now and the audiences for listening. And now we have the 1 hour break time, and we will start the rest of presentation 1 hour later. But please stay here. This is just I'm pretending that this is a live, running. Right? So we will immediately after the several second quiet time. Right?
Dear session chairs and speakers, thank you very much for this exciting first part of your sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit organizer kindly asks you to spend a few minutes to complete a short survey about future Vision Zero promotion activities. Please click on the banner Request for Survey and share your view by filling the questionnaires. Thank you for your kind support. But now it's time for a well-deserved break. During the break, we will show interesting video spots and information from our supporters and sponsors. Relax and enjoy. The second part of the session will begin as indicated on the screen. Please be back on time.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
We at IDECA, our main business is HMI, Human-Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people. in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要員認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/vision0 to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
We at IDECA, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances worker safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have 3 effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
There's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website, humanhouse.com/Vision Zero, to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
We at IDECA, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address a new requirement from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact, to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
My name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House, and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of Day 3 of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. The summit is the result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group on Vision Zero at Enterprise Level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank again our supporters and sponsors for their important contribution to the organization of the summit. Please note, the recording, filming, and storage of images of the summit, as well as posting unauthorized use of the summit content, is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. Now, please go back to your session by clicking on the respective room on the left-hand side of the web page and enjoy the second part of the session.
The next presentation, this is the following ICEX presentation. This is kind of the use cases of private enterprises. The speaker is Mr. Yassir, ex-Malaysian CAP representative and now Project Delivery and Technology Division of Petronas. His presentation title is the ICEX scheme implementation, the Petronas experiences. Then, Mr. Yassir, please start.
Thank you, Kajiyama-san. I'll try to upload my presentation here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kajiyama-san. Today, I would like to actually share the EX scheme implementations, Petronas experiences. This is just the outlines. First, I just want to share from Petronas' standpoint of view that EX equipment installations in our systems is actually part and parcel of the ecosystems in our facility, be it offshore, onshore, and as well as the retail stations. So this is very key, and this is part of our mandatory control framework to ensure that the safety of the human and also the assets. What actually the pain point started back then was, though we have actually started our business 30 years back in the context of explosion-proof equipment, explosion-proof equipment in explosive environment, eventually we see we have lack of guidelines for EX equipment management, and that's actually lead to a lot of mixtures of installations back then with a mix of standards at that particular time. And of course, at the end of the day, when we talk many assets, we observe that there are poor tracking systems regarding the overhaul and maintenance of EX equipment. Example, explosion-proof type of electrical machines. And with that, that lead to some of the situations where same token in national market, there's no repair workshops certified by independent body like ICX scheme, and that's not available in Malaysia to service or overhaul our explosion-proof equipment. And it is very much our capability rely on external service providers on EX training, as well as we don't have really what we call sufficient competent EX personnel back then. What we have done back then with that situation, struggling to see how these EX installations and manage and maintain the integrity of the explosion-proof equipment. In 2008, we building up our foundations of EX capability by establishing the EX networking groups, where they sit down together and think about how could we develop our very own in-house policy, guideline, and standards. And these standards is basically stand exactly on ICEX scheme. And we start looking at how we impart our awareness of EX programs through engagement, through seminars, through forums, and end up we pilot the inspections on EX management and assessment and enhance our EX training module. Follow to strengthening the technical capability and resource. We actually put that as full implementations back then, around 2011, 2012. The full implementations of the inspections and management assessment, and establish a centralized EX database, and establish the training facility and capability for Petronas EX competent scheme through the internal certification competent person back then. And to the end, 2015, we are promoting what we call ICX schemes, and we promote and positions our Petronas Training Center as training center choice of EX. And we have now start having few EX consultancy to peer and industry. To start with, we start with small team, just a community of practice where we have team leader, and we divide into a couple of areas that they have to look at. The standards and policy. In Petronas, we call it explosion-proof inspections, maintenance guideline. The training development, where we start to establish our very own EX training module. And we also start looking at those technicians who are very hands-on in the field to make sure that they are competent to run and maintain the EX equipment in the field. And of course, very important for us is managing this competency through what we call competent control, and make sure that every single plant and every engineering arm has the competency level and expected to manage EX installations. And at the end of the day, you want to align with ICX scheme through certification programs. Capability building through training, internal and external programs was undertaken back then, supporting the capital technical knowledge in EX aligning with ICX systems. That's through our in-house training programs, through Institute Technology of Petronas, where we actually establish a specific training for EX equipment and installations for technicians, as well as we establish the EX equipment requirement design for electrical executive. And we work closely with the assessment certifying body, that is our national SIRIM, on some of these ICX unit like EX000, EX001, 03, 04, 007, and 08 to manage our training preparatory works. As well as we also still sending our staff to attend the external course through complex at that time, until to the level where our own training center are stable. Only then we will stop the external training. looking at some of the repair and overhaul of electrical apparatus, as well as we collaborate with our partners, Shell, on some of the applications of electrical apparatus in potentially hazardous areas. This is our Institute of Petroleum in East Coast, Malaysia, where is provide the States of Art Technical Training Institute, owned by Petronas, provide one of the ecosystems for the EX training. And it is quite complete sets of training center with some of the focus very much on EX installations. In 2016, INSTEP has been conferred by the International Electrotechnical Commissions as the RTC for ICEX approved programs. And this is upon some of the assessment conducted by IC team. And now the INSTEPs would provide the following trainings, including the installations, equipment installations, EX equipment requirements and design for engineers. This is merely for 5-day programs and includes other IECX units, EX 001, 002, and the rest of it, 003, 004, 05, 007, and 008. We are now currently developing the unit EX 010. INSTEP provides very conducive EX training facility. This is eventually first in Malaysia, and we hope we could actually provide and extend our services in Asia Pacific region. And these are the base sample of base that we have in our facilities. Important for us, the executive in Petronas, is actually the participations and contributions of Petronas professional in EX systems and standards development in Malaysia, where it should be demonstrating our professional talent development on EX. National level, we are very active in various technical committee on EX policy and standards, the National IEC EX Management Committee as a chairman, and technical committee and equipment for explosive atmosphere, chairman and member, and working groups on some of the areas specific on EX that is some of them involved in as a group leaders and also members. At international level, we represent Malaysia in various meetings of international technical committees, ICEX and TC31, maintenance teams and working groups in international electrotechnical commissions. Petronas is very instrumental in establishing EX systems implementation in Malaysia, not only within Petronas. We have been actually going beyond our fence to help the local industry as a technical advisory and consultancy and guide in supporting industry through EX service facilities. Example, some of the company, Wehaya, Electroserves, PFCE, and Rotary Service. And technical training in EX, example, SIRIMS and also contractors. Notwithstanding some achievement, there are challenges in EX way forward. One is on the full compliance to EX related internal standards, where we have almost 10,000 installations at this moment, EX inspections, maintenance guideline assessment, where we have to look into integrated asset integrity as well, and some of the HSE requirements and assurance. As far as EX installation is concerned, I am pleased to announce that in 2012, Petronas has decided to make EX installation as mandatory frameworks, and it's become a compulsory to comply with the standards. And what important to reach out to almost 30,000 practitioners is quite huge effort for us. We need to really engage and make sure that we impart the awareness and competency among the frontliner. And of course, we perceive that this is an additional cost and resources requirement for training and maintenance. And investment or EX competency development certificate, this is basically by user. This is by our own practitioners and also by contractors and also by service facilities. And our aspirations way forward is we want to become centers of excellence on EX, where we have the centers of EX learning with support from our engineering partner, systems and standards. We are become a resource center providing experts in EX with adequate pool of EX certified competent person. And we want also to be the industry leaders in EX management, consultancy and expert service. That's actually end my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yasir. This is the use for the how to apply in your business activities. And this might be one of the useful tools in routine the activities. Okay, thank you very much again for your interesting presentations. The last speaker is Professor Akira Izumi, specially appointed professor, innovator, and inventor development platform in Tokyo Institute of Technology. He has been many years in Japanese METI ministry, and he became now the university professors about the basic strategy of the future trend for standardization. So I think it would be very much the worthwhile listening the last presentation. His presentation title is the innovation for safety and anshin. Anshin is a Japanese word. This is very difficult to explain, but let us try to listen about what's the anshin in Japanese means. Then, Professor Izumi, please.
はい、梶谷さんありがとうございます。東京工業大学の泉と申します。本日はビジョンゼロサミットジャパン2022で発表の機会をいただき誠にありがとうございます。ただいまご紹介いただきましたように安全安心のイノベーションと題しましてお話をさせていただきます。技術の発展や我々の意識の高まりなどによって社会は安全になりつつあると思いがちです。しかし日本においては今でも毎年3万人もの方が不慮の事故で亡くなっています。この図は1995年以降の不慮の事故で亡くなった方の数の推移を示しています。ここにあります一番青の青い棒グラフが交通事故によるものです。過去は最大の原因でした。しかし、近年急激に交通事故によって亡くなる方は減っています。ただ他方、それ以外の不慮の事故で亡くなる方、これには転落、それから窒息、火災など、さまざまな自然災害、日常の生活、あるいは職場など、さまざまな場面で起きていますが、それで亡くなっている方の数はむしろ増加する傾向にあるというのが現状になっています。不慮の死の中でも65歳以上の方の割合が高まっています。日本においては2000年に約 60% が65歳以上の方でしたが、2020年にはこれが 86% まで達しています。日本のように今後高齢化がさらに進む社会にとっては 非常に大きな問題になっています。この中で、一般消費者の方が使う家庭用製品に関する事項を少し見てみますと、この図のように、日本では毎年1000件を超える重大製品事故と呼ばれるものが発生しています。重大製品事故とは、死亡あるいは重傷、火災といった深刻な被害をもたらす事故を指しています。この重大製品事故の発生に関連する製品も、電気器具、ガス器具、そして石油器具をはじめ、非常に多岐な製品にわたっていることが分かります。では、家庭用製品の事故はなぜ発生するのでしょうか。これは2007年から2020年まで日本で発生した約1万3000件の家庭用製品の事故の原因を分析したものです。ここにありますように、製品自体に起因する事故が 28% と多くの割合を占めています。これは一般に製造事業者の責任が関係しているものだというふうにされています。他方、ここで注目したいのは、消費者の不適切な使用や不注意による事故も全体の 18% を占めているということです。製造事業者の立場から見ると、これらは自らの問題とはなかなか捉えにくい課題かもしれません。しかし、社会全体の安全から見ると、たとえ消費者の不適切な使用や不注意であっても、家庭用製品による事故を防ぐ、どうやって防ぐかというのは非常に重要な問題になっています。このような消費者の不適切な使用や不注意による事故を減らすために、製造事業者の方が積極的に取り組み、政府も協力して、これまで大きな成果を上げた実例を今日はご紹介したいと思います。それは家庭用のガスコンロです。日本では過去より家庭用のガスコンロは主要な火災原因の一つになっています。左にありますグラフのように、例えば2003年では日本全体で約5万6000件火災が発生しておりますが、そのうちの約 10%、5600件はこのガスコンロによって発生している火災になっています。では、この原因は何かというと、この右のグラフにありますように、この原因の 80%、もう大半はですね、火の消し忘れ、あるいは加熱といった消費者の不適切な使用または不注意によって発生していました。よく言われる代表的なものとしては、日本では天ぷらがよく料理されますが、その天ぷらを揚げているときに火を消し忘れて、加熱した油が発火して火災になってしまう天ぷら火災と呼ばれるものがあります。この火の消し忘れや加熱による火災は、一般には消費者側の使い方の問題と考えられがちです。しかし、ガスコンロの製造事業者は、どうやってこの火災を減らせるかということを考えまして、独自に自動的に防止するための装置を1990年代に開発しています。これは左側の図はその原理を示したものです。この金属製シリンダーの中に温度センサーが内蔵されています。これをガスコンロのバーナーの中心部にセットします。で、鍋を置きますと、この金属製のシリンダーが下に引っ込んで、鍋の底とこのシリンダーが密着する構造、すなわちガスセンサーがここに接する形となります。これによって常に鍋の底の温度を測定できる仕組みとなっています。調理用の油は370度に達すると自然発火すると言われています。この加熱防止装置では、センサーが鍋の底の温度が摂氏250度を超えたことを感知すると、自動的に加熱状態にあると判断し、ガスの供給を止め、自然発火を防止する仕組みとなっています。こうして開発された加熱防止装置ですが、それをガスコンロに装備するためには一定のコストがかかるため、開発当初は一部のガスコンロに搭載されているだけでした。しかし、製造事業者の業界団体は、ガスコンロによる火災が多いことを憂慮し、これを本格的に普及するために、2005年に自主的な取り組みとして、 ここにありますように、バーナーが2つあるガスコンロについては、少なくとも1つのバーナーにはこの装置を取り付けることを申し合わせました。これ言い方を変えますと、この加熱防止装置を事実上の業界の標準として定めたということになります。この、業界団体の実質的な取り組みにより、加熱防止装置付きのガスコンロは一定程度普及しました。しかし、それにもかかわらずガスコンロによる火災は、この図にありますように、減少しませんでした。2005年に、この自主的な取り組みを導入したんですが、2007年に至ってもほぼ、火災の件数は減っていません。これは火災の多くが加熱防止装置のついていないバーナーによるものだったとされています。業界団体への自主的な取り組みは残念ながら功を奏さなかったということになりました。そこで2008年に経済産業省はガスコンロを法律の規制対象に追加することを決定しました。そしてこの年の10月以降に販売されるガスコンロについては、すべてのバーナーにこの加熱防止装置を取り付けることが義務付けられました。一方、業界団体もこの規制導入に先駆けて、同じ年の4月以降出荷するガスコンロについては、すべてのバーナーに加熱防止装置を搭載することを申し合わせました。こうした加熱防止装置のついたコンロは、SI センサー付きガスコンロと呼ばれています。このように、官民が歩調を合わせて、この安全装置のついた、ガスコンロの普及に努めたわけです。この結果、2008年以降、SI センサー付きのガスコンロは、日本国内で急速に普及しています。2020年1月までに、全部で累計4300万台が出荷されています。国内の普及率は約 70% と言われています。じゃあ、この結果、火災がどうなったかはこれに示されています。SI センサー付きのガスコンロの普及は、火災件数の減少に大きくつながりました。ここにありますように、2000年代中盤までは年間6000件近く火災が発生していたんですが、2008年の規制導入以降、この火災件数は急激に減少傾向を示しています。2020年には約2500件と、この2000年代中盤の半分以下まで減少しています。じゃあなぜ減少したのかというものをもう少し詳しく分析したものがこのグラフです。これはですね、年度ごとに火災の件数とその原因を示したものです。青で示しているものが消費者による消し忘れによる火災の件数を示しています。これご覧いただいて分かりますように、2008年以降、この不注意による消し忘れによる火災が劇的に減少しているということが分かります。これは SI センサー付きのガスコンロ、すなわち加熱防止装置の普及が大きく貢献しているものというふうに考えています。ただし、それでもまだ年間2500件程度ガスコンロによる火災が発生しています。これに対応していくためには、さらなる取り組みが必要だというふうに考えています。でこの火災の減少により、火災による損害も減っています。これは消防庁が発表しているコンロに起因する火災の損害額の推移です。規制導入前の2000年代中盤には、年間70億円程度あった損害がですね、火災件数が減少にするに伴い、現在では30億円程度と少なくなっていることが分かります。このガスコンロの事例から何が得られるでしょうか。これはたとえ消費者の不適切な使用、あるいは不注意の事故を防ぐため、必要な装置を製造事業者が単独で開発して、普及させることはやはり容易でないということを指していると思います。これは製造事業者にとっては製品コストが増加する要因になる一方で、消費者がこうした装置に対して付加的にどこまでお金を払ってくれるかというのが見えにくいということも一つあると思います。こうした場合、製造事業者が参加している業界団体として、今回のように自主的に普及のためのルールを決めたり、あるいは場合によっては標準化、 や認証を活用するということが、極めて普及のためには有効な手段であるということが分かります。ただし、こうした業界団体による自主的な取り組みでも十分な結果が得られない場合には、このように政府による規制を同時に導入することも有効だというふうに考えられると思います。過去においては、特に消費者の不適切な使用や不注意による事故の防止に、製造事業者が取り組むというのは、必ずしも前向きには捉えられないことがあったかと思います。しかし、近年の SDGs に関する関心の高まりは、製造事業者がこのような安全に資する取り組みを積極的に行う追い風になると考えています。具体的にはこの中で、目標の3番、あるいは目標の12番、すべての人に健康と福祉を、作る責任、使う責任といったものは、こうした消費者の安全・安心に直接つながる取り組みだというふうに考えています。ここで梶谷さんからもご紹介がありましたが、安心とは日本における概念で、恐れやストレスなく信頼性や保証が得られている感覚が得られるということになっています。さらに SDGs の目標17のパートナーシップの重要性も、先ほどの例でご説明しました事業者、業界団体、政府関係機関、あるいは消費者が一致協力して、こうした取り組みをさらに推し進める後押しになるものと考えているところです。最後に、この安心安全とイノベーションについてお話をしたいと思います。イノベーションが何か、いろんな定義がありますが、日本の科学技術イノベーション基本法によると、イノベーションを作るというのは、科学的な発見、発明、新商品の開発、その他創造的活動を通じて、新たな価値を生み出し、これを普及することにより、経済社会の大きな変化を創出することと定義されています。本日ご紹介したガスコンロの事例は、火災を防止することで、まさに人的、財産的損害を減少させ、日本の社会に極めて大きい価値を作り出しています。これがまさに安全安心のイノベーションを実現した一つの素晴らしい例だというふうに考えています。最初にご紹介したように、この他にも今日の社会でも多種多様な事故が発生し、まだ多くの方が亡くなっています。これからも民間企業、業界団体、そして政府、消費者が一致協力して、社会の安全安心に貢献するようなイノベーションを次々と生み出していくことを期待しています。以上で私のプレゼンテーションを終わります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Professor Izumi. This is very easy to understand how the safety is or can be achieved by any the sector of the industry or the user side. And in addition to that, the Anshin concept, this is the very much the key will become a key point in safety in the future, which means that the Anshin means the modern safety, more than just hardware safety, but the give some reliance or credibility to the safety. So this will be the one key factor for our the further study of standardization. Thank you very much again, Professor Izumi.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now all the planned presentation have finished now as scheduled, and unfortunately, due to the time constraints, I did not give the time of Q&A session, but anyone may ask later to the organizers for each presentation. And last but not least, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for the valuable and useful information. Also, I would like to thank the audience for your participation for a long time. And I hope you gained any hint from your future activities on some parts of international standardization for safety, health, and well-being. Now, I declare the session I closed. Again, thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Kazuya-san.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kaja-san.
Thank you.